Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. Okay, so we've got. Well, I've already written a little bit of code to pull the arc map logs, which for right now, what we care about is start time, seed, and then there is a time offset that gives us length of the arc. So we need something to iterate through here, either through here or live updating the files, and something to read one of those files once we've got it to pull out the information we need, although half of it comes from the file name. But to get the length, we need the well, I guess for length, I could actually optimize it there's probably a way to go to end of file. Although then you have to get your line breaks realigned. So we're going to have a thing kind of like this. Although this is actually kind of an important, maybe monuments is going to be a little bit closer here in terms of the amount of work we do. Oh, that's right, I had a module for it. So actually, maybe this is... Okay, yeah, so this is actually not going to be that different for either of these. Although this has a couple of extra tasks. Okay, I had a Windows GUI crash the other day, so the reboot probably left a window orphaned. Lib tasks. Okay, you're gonna be doing that. Yeah, we don't have a table yet. Uh, I probably need this one for testing. Okay, cache maps. Import monuments. Of course, none of these things exist yet. So Ruby is a scripting language. I don't necessarily have to have all of these things perfectly right. Where did we use the monument itself? Dot load log. Ah, And then both of these use load log. Okay. So to work with this, actually, we can probably do a first pass on this. And so we're not going to have a, Maybe I should actually set up a schema first. It'll let me keep doing all my counts. So I still haven't done any real cleanup on this project. So we're still using active record for migration stuff. So we need to have a start time. So my other thing used a length field because that was the raw data, so to speak. So the other awkward thing here is that the times we're getting have 100 fractions of a second precision. But all of the other timestamps currently in a database are in seconds. So for arc data, second precision is probably fine. And I don't know that I'm going to try. It's probably not reasonable to put. So if you look at this one, there are 2 million rows in there. Yeah, I don't think I can fit that in my database. So we're gonna need a different solution for that. Mythic Truction. So we're gonna have. Oh wait, did I store those as? Nope, I started as a date time. Well, there's that. So I think we're usually going to be more interested in is end time rather than duration. And I don't know of any other useful information we can store about this. And I guess you could do number replacements or something. Oh, and how about we give it a name? Yep, wrong project. Okay, create arcs, start time end, ID is implied. Oh, server. Now, server is always going to have implicitly server 2 at this point. Create lives, server ID. Oops. Oh, no, we duplicated this somewhere. Okay. One could conceive of maybe having the start but not the end of a arc. If something unusual happened. I was wondering how many other things I should nullify here. Or not nullify, rather. For how we expect things to go down now. These should all be false. Let's see. Players or player ID. We don't have any independent arc IDs short of like seed. This table might be small enough. I don't need an index really. Seeds could duplicate. Start times really shouldn't. If I put like a uniqueness constraint on server ID start, could perhaps avoid some duplicate imports. Eh? Oh, apparently I did. You just accept whatever I put there. Alright, so now tasks arc. These start to become reasonable statements. And then you, task lives. Okay, I guess I still had some testing stuff up here. And that goes to the import arcs, which depends on code we haven't written yet. So the first thing we are going to need is to be able to look at our list. Now this was derived from Monument, which had a known count. So actually, the top level here, yeah, so this stuff is more detailed here. But this is probably going to be... Okay, I'm not doing any new detection here. That must be farther down? Load server. Oh crap, that's each server. load server. And then we do the date detection. Oh, okay. So this is actually load log. All right, we're gonna have to think about this a little bit more, but it's structurally it might end up being more like this than the monuments, because you've got the server directory with a file full of things. And then it's just your detail where you're actually updating stuff that's going to get vastly similar. Or simpler. More on the order of... it's loading a single log, which does multiple things. So maybe we actually need to kind of clear this out. Put things back one by one. So this first level thing is going to look more like lives. And then there's the fact that, oh, you know, I keep calling it arc. Well, I mean, that is the arc, but the file is really going to be a map log. So does that change our file names? Well, I don't think our database imports are going to be doing map logs, but they might be affecting some of these objects. All right, so first order of business is, can we get a list of servers represented? For 0, port arcs, you're right, there isn't. Eplog cache. For as often as I fill this in, there probably should be a default value for this, or a constant. All right, so they're not going to match lifelog. So we've got lifelog blah blah blah. Under here, we've just got server name. But we do need to throw out like index.html and dot and dot dot. So I guess the only thing we can match here is... And in Trust, we've got a separate directory for this. Dir cache. The server name. So we're grabbing everything else up to there is just that. The date parts. So this is a map directory. or we want to throw out index.html or anything else that's there. We used to be doing that by matching on date parts. So this is like our kind of seed information. Oh, well these have the map log in the name. And we don't even really need a full regex here. I guess I could have done end of string. Okay, path, cache, procs log time. Date is the file date. Now this is where we can start pulling more stuff out. So this part, I was only interested in the timestamp, which is going to be, I mean, that's probably as many digits as we're ever going to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As much as that's a Y2K problem. This does have quite a bit more range on it. And we have up to time. This is a time.at. Approx log time. Date is the file, the modified time of the file. The server. This is a log file. So I think this starts at this. So this is like everything up to the first slash. I don't have anything more generic to go off of there. I mean, I guess I could split on it and just take that first part. It's not a names. Import arcs. Oh, didn't rename that. Oh, I didn't rename it in the task. Wait. Import arcs, import arcs. Oh, we never came back in here and did this. Thought I did. Oh, family trees, cache maps. Is it map Map. Yep. Oh, did I also pass that in from here? Yes. Okay, we found one directory. Then we need to go down to the next step. So this might look at a surface level similar to, or more similar to, loading lives. Logs.each log file.path, cache path, fetched at. No, I think I ended up reusing. Ooh. Oh, did I just not even use log file for you? Right, because I don't have the actual directory for reference times. And since they're always fresh fetched. Okay, so lifelog file. Is just a path and a fetched at. So really, it should be renamed, but. Find by path, cache path. And less than fetched at, importing. We don't need to worry about names. If we are successful, we update the fetched at or create it. So I don't want to be doing this yet, because we're just going to be sitting here testing stuff. And load log doesn't exist yet. Okay, there's the individual file. Fetched at for nil. Lifelog.fetched at. Have I never run this? Maybe I changed the name of it? Because this is like an old comment I pulled out. Logfile.date. Log file. Lifelog file. Oh. So that was from cache checking. No, that's only if it exists. All right, importing, 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 importing. Does nothing. But we have iteration over all of the files. So the next step would be load log. Which is a much bigger process for lives. This might be closer to import monuments. No, because you get a whole bunch of stuff from a single file. Yeah, you just go straight to load log. It's a log file, monuments. Well, we are going to be potentially getting multiple things from each file. So it might be at this level. Server, server. Server name. And then we get down to the very, very specific stuff. And the duplicate checking. And this is where we need the thing to actually load a log file. Fine. Shut up. Okay. What is this going to look like? Well, it's not going to look very much like a monument, because that's no Kogiri. It's not going to look very much like a life log. I mean, I guess there's some part splitting in there. But this is like way more complicated. So what we really want, I guess I guess monument works as a initialize, load log, some attributes. From trees. And life log was done not with capital L. Go away, please. What we have right now, thank you, is probably initialize gets a server, okay. A start, an end, and a seed. Initialize node. Right, that gets the HTML. This was originally, life logs were individual lines. So I had no higher level concept of the life logs. There were individual monuments, there were individual... So maybe a map log would actually be an individual placement? Or would you just call that a placement? Because this used to get a line. And then break out from there. But this is going to be like pulling stuff from all over the file. Maybe you just have to take all the bits. Well, I guess what we really get from the file is start length and seed. And then load log has a lot of work to do. Oh, create from line. Oh, because this can be either a birth or a death. Which has some different interpretations there. Oh, you don't have a load log method. You have create from a line. Wait, so what does life log do? Load log uses history. So I probably would have an arc around like map logs. So that acts like a collection, which I don't really have a collection of anything yet. Server file, logfile.open. Now, this is going to be different. Well, no, we do, because we have the possibility for restarts in the middle. So we kind of do have to do a little bit of this. And then we have to consider if it is a... Oh, we have two kinds of lines. We have start lines and we have placement lines. So does this become a arc? Map logs become my line parsers. Well, like a very different kinds of parsers, but I guess you could consider that a map log. So was it the second one that had the reseed? Yes. So those are our two kinds of lines. We only care about the last one for its timestamp. And then those are offset timestamps. Those are like completely different animals. So that was creating a life log. Well, that would be a map log, and it could either be a arc start or a placement. Fine, shut up. Shut up. All right. So you would do something like does an individual map log need a server? I mean, for lives we were. I guess if you had a collection of all of them, it would matter. Shush. All right, that makes this a little bit more like a life log. And that we end up, see, a map log. Doesn't have any common elements. Maybe it shouldn't even have server. Guess we can leave that out for now. So actually, before we had maplog, which had subclasses, but it actually had like some common code between them. If I got the start time and passed it down, I could get absolute start time from the other records. But you actually, there's like actually like a class relationship there. This is more like the module map log. Because let's say absolute timestamp, there's nothing. Yeah, maybe I could do server, or maybe I could do something. And then load log moves to get a file. So create fixed up a bad character, which we can hope that won't happen again. Okay, so the colon is actually kind of irrelevant. We can just treat that as part of the trigger string. Or we could just say match start time and then... Well, if we do the split, then if parts 0 equals start time, then we have a art start dot new parts, else we have a placement actually arc start really just needs parts 1. You're practically a structure, but that is a subclass relationship. Placement is going to be a little bit more interesting. So I'm actually going to throw these out, but as long as I'm here, I really just need to scan to the end of the file. So you have an offset unless I pass in a start time to get absolute. And then we have an object. And I don't know if I want to, and this actually predates the floor thing, get into subpart parsing right now. So offset equals part 0. X equals parts 1. Y equals parts 2. And object equals parts 3. And object will eventually want to be like object ID and uses and all kinds of things. Or is floor. Oh, timestamp even is a string. Well, so I'm probably going to want to try and well, if this is my low-level interface and I don't get the precision here, I'll just never have it. Oh, and then convert it to an int. I guess round works at that level. Or even at this point, it should be an integer. We just need to actually make sure it's converted. All right. So arc does a create, and I guess, well, it's going to print an awful lot of stuff. Maybe we go back here, because we did have a relatively quick early one. It's lives. Importing cache path, load log, load server. Initialize constant map. Oh. And. Oh. Wait, did you. Ah. So this actually would be arc. You would actually be. Whoop. So let's maybe this should be arc cache, but I guess history isn't quite the name either. Oh, did I change this one? Meplog. Oh, indeed. Load log for arc. Oh, this is probably supposed to be a. Well, you know what? I never did anything with these. Okay, so this actually is arc.new. Monument may have been. Oh, Monument didn't have a history. So we created it and then had it fill itself. Now history was we load this log into this thing. An arc, we can get multiple arcs. So it probably should be a class method. And we're not going to have a return value from this really yet. Wrong number arguments given to expected 1 on maplog. Oh, that's right. I was thinking, oh, do you want to know your server? Signed but unused variable. Okay, sure. Fixed. Oh, the fixed line. Wrong number of arguments. For maplog. Placement.new. Okay, there's an arc start. Given 1, expected 0. I must have misspelled initialize. Okay, offset x, y, object. And this is in fact incredibly spammy even for the small one. So the only thing we really need here is the last. And how are we doing that? Actually, that's history. I think is kind of, or like it kind of. Actually, no, it doesn't need that. Between so many different languages. If lifelog dot kind of. Oh, we need to return a list of arcs. And we have to have a current arc. What are we returning from this? Right. Oh, and I need methods to grab the bits from my file name too. Kind of like server. All right. It's going to complain that's unused. Map log. So for the map log cache. Date server path.match. Got a start of it here. Well, we're trusting this. Seed. Now this is just that. And that's the second part, so we can bound it there. Well, even that small log is still a lot of console spam. All right, so we're not actually using server. We could use, and I could use that for the start time, but you still got, so does that mean arc is in seconds? Oh, and on cache. That means we could ask for this. Oh, but you are dangerous. Actually, isn't it like that might not protect this reference if it didn't match? But that probably indicates another problem. Signed but unused variable. All right, log. If log dot kind of oh, I can't just use this. Well, I can. Mm, mm, I can. But we can't use this time, actually. Arc equals arc.new. So we can provide a little bit of help here. So we've got ms start, and we can define. Oh, that was just the next log. As ms start. This one, probably you could definitely say that. I might have to deal with offset specially, though. Or maybe I could give you. What do you call that? I have to deal with that one directly. So start is log dot second start. Oh, I did put server in there. Server log dot second start. Probably just well I put the oh, I didn't put a prefix on there. Yeah, but I didn't. Oh, I did these, not those. Oh, we don't have a second end on this. Length is 0. So either I make that writable, or we save all the information to actually put the arc in which case that becomes. But actually, this is when we, well, we have to know about the last record and about when this is all done. So actually having a current arc makes this easier because you just update the timestamp every time. Of course, that's an update you don't have to do. Well, but then I have to keep around my last log record for when I hit the next start. But that's a length, not an end by itself. Well, I can track the ends, the length separately, or the last offset. I just have to do this twice. All right, server start dot second start. This is where we get second end is start dot, well, ms start plus last offset divided by 1,000. Never sure about that one. Expected keyword else. Second end and else last offset equals log dot ms offset. I should really make that consistent. And then when we're all done, I do that again. And return the arcs list. Okay, so it did sort that out. So you already have a p-arcs. Okay, so it does take a bit to scan through there, but we're doing pretty good considering. Where are we? Okay, so that server is a server name, not a server number. So we have to translate that. Which I think I've kind of got code for. Wait. We did all of these despite my... Oh, that's each server, which doesn't really help us. We actually wanted to do this for each life logs. That's why that took so long last time. Oops. All right, so we imported that. Kind of hard to read the timestamps. Okay, second end does not look reasonable. That should be in the same time scale as this. In fact, these all look like kind of garbage. Maybe Seal isn't doing what I expect? start.ms start ms last offset. Well, most of them, oops, will be ending here actually, or just that one case where it's in the middle. Okay, so wait. This looks reasonable. Oh, I'm just supposed to pass the length. Because that's the raw thing we expect. In which case, we do lose a tiny bit of precision doing that. Now with life logs, did I? No, I did not pre-convert that to a time. I may have added a... Nope. Oh, did I not? That's the data. Oh, I just didn't save. Okay. All right, so we have the list. Unfortunately, if there's any testing done here at all, it will throw off, well, it'll only throw it off the IDs locally. I guess I really want to have like some sort of ARC number, then I could have a separate field for that. Server ID. So monuments actually had dates. So this needs to be a... Does time at take seconds or milliseconds? Seconds with frac. So actually, if I kept the floating point, it would have kind of fit that nicely. So start is going to be time dot at oops, didn't even need the server number there. Arc dot start dot s end, and seed is going to be arc dot seed. So we will normally have log update protection on this, which I guess I could manually test that by like deleting one record and seeing it tries to import the next, or just getting my my loop in the right place after doing this. Let's load server. Yeah, logs.each. So this doesn't allow for the possibility of an end update. I would have to do a separate select for server ID start seed, and then do a insert, or rather it would be an update in that case, which shouldn't happen. All right, so now break that. So we do 1. And we can see that if we make forward progress. Okay, we did 1. There's 1 record afterwards. Where did my... There we are. No, actually... I think I already got one of you. Might need more of you. DB arcs. Is this a .all? It's been a little while. Server ID, start, end, 729, 730. Oh, do I need to be doing any stuff for time zones? I think I'm done with you. So in my schema, it's just a date time. Oh, I think it was server level configuration. But let's take a look at import lives. Just time.at. Okay, so that should be okay. All right, so that was seed 6.3. That's a bigger file. Processed a different one. Oh, and we got both of them in there. Because I had the same seed, but should have 033, 031, 147, 148, 31, 1107. So we correctly got both of the arcs in there. And that's the big one. I guess I could have saved some of this for the server download. Okay. Now, the server download is not going to be too big a deal here, but it is, that's one thing we don't need just yet. Alright, so this is going to be all the lib stuff. And debugging is probably fine for now. All right, so you've got a bunch of new files. Oh, right, it's... Actually, I probably should run something here, because I think that what makes Bundler update itself on its file reference. Import arcs from local cache. Okay. Import arcs. So this should be a relatively straightforward task arc. That's already there. Could do reset for testing. Import arcs. Is probably most like lifelog. Although really it's just kind of like that. All right, so we've got, this is going to be some kind of weird mashup. Maplog cache. We're going to be kind of mixing up a couple different files here. I guess okay, let's compare lifelog cache to lifelog server. It's going to kind of vary which one's most like it. Maplog. Maplog cache. All right, so this is the cache. Extract path list from Nokogiri. Okay. So this. So there's not currently anything up there. Actually, no, we've got the file here. With all of the bad colors. So it should be just ... that we need to worry about. Okay. Extract path list. Base URL. This is going to be, is it public maplog data? Public map change data. So I guess maybe map change be better than map log for parity, but I don't think there's anything super interesting in that process otherwise. Nope, this is map log. Boop, boop, boop. Base URL, get contents, extract path list, select DIR's matching lifelog. Right, because this would filter out, I guess the only thing we can do here, well, these are servers. Or is this each server? Base URL is base URL. Get the index. The index of the base URL is going to be the list of servers. This is probably to filter out the curse logs, actually. Right now, we've already removed that, so I might not need this line. Wait, so I'm returning a path and a date. I was not using that? Logs.new, base URLs, base. So I did have kind of a base URL thing going on here, but not in the paths. Server. Okay, so this is where, okay, logs to logs. We start to get some parity. Now the each gets a lot more interesting here. So our next unless. Oh, start path from an index. We use the date elsewhere. We only use this for a match condition though. Or for a filtering condition. Log file.new. Log date base URL. Log file. I care about the dates more. We have a URL instead of a file path. All right, approx log time. Timestamp comes from there. It's a little less approximate here. Time range is fine. Where is, oh, date is here in this one because we actually got the file date, or it comes from the server rather. Within date, server is a little bit different. I might need a prefix on this though. Because our path here, this is the path within the cache. We need to worry about names. We have timestamp and seed. And then open probably doesn't need to change. And this is probably leftover. So I'm going to have to remove some of my protections against reprocessing here just to see it go through stuff. Or we could exercise the reset. Well, I guess the first thing is does it go ahead and skip stuff? Okay, so there's test. Well, first we have to, okay. Oh, it's update. Fetches the underlying method. Maplog server servers. Maplog server. Maplog server. Maplog server. Oh, lifelog server. There's a lifelog server in here somewhere. Oh. Okay, these are my two timestamps. Error? Okay, so those are all different. So it's not coming from there. That looks like current time? All right, where am I printing this out? Log file.date fetched at, that would be a nil. Oh, it's a false. Greater than fetched at. Oh, this is when this process imported it. So if we skip that, I guess I do only really need to see one. And it shouldn't actually rewrite anything here, which I guess is a good enough test. And after 6. Okay, so it seemed to chew on something there. And get all our information. So now we just need to cut down all the bugging. So I think all of this was here from before. Maplog cache. Nothing there. Tasks, arcs. I think all of that was kind of standard. A little bit noisy, but... Alright, so if we do like import lives, server before updated after okay, mostly like things with tags on them. Yeah, so I think you are extra and you are extra. Importing. Probably don't want to print out everything. Yeah, cache path, log file. You are load log. Yeah, just not even there. Okay, that might be where we're getting the two paths from, but oh, that was not from here. I was only doing it in load server before. Oh yeah, this might be a differentiation between the monuments where there was kind of that whole a little different process there. Oh. Want to remove that. No, actually not you. Uh, all right, and then just verify this is going to not do anything. And possibly update gem file lock. Let's see. All right. We should have some stuff in the database. Next step will be to make a place that we can grab that data. Have a little endpoint for that. And I think it's time for me to get more water and take a break. I'll be back in a few minutes. I guess we should just go ahead and push that, shouldn't we? It doesn't work while you're carrying it, but it totally works every time you drop it.
Alright. Oh, boom, 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 boom. Got the first touch to end the match there. Ooh, and I get MVP. Very nice. Whoosh. Take off. There it goes. I like that MVP award. There it is. I had all 3 goals. The hat trick was on me. I carried that. But anyway. Oh, somebody peed? What the heck? Did somebody pee? Why is there a bunch of pee in here? What the heck, man? Who peed? Who freaked out and peed? Why is nobody in these? Oh, because it's set to 36. Well, nobody should be stressed out, and nobody should have any problems with the bathroom. Ah, jeez. I may have to install another.
But I'm the kind of person who likes to max out stats. Okay, so I must not assigned that one before, and this I messed up on. Okay, oh, we're not at full speed. There we go.
Daar. Oké, nu moeten we... Ja, ik denk dat we dit gaan verliezen. 1-0. Yo, jongens, yo! Ga naar die auto is 2 HP, gozer.
Kijk, in de cirkel, in de cirkel.
Nice. Niet meer shiften, we hebben echt te weinig fuel nu. Nee, we hebben niet nodig, we hebben achter... Nog eentje, opschieten! Oké, hou je wapen goed gericht. Jij moet die goede wapen hebben.
Oké, ik reload hem nu.
Pushen. Oh, hij is bijna dood.
Kut, Amaro.
Nice.
Ja!
Welcome back. All right, so we're primarily working with that. We need routes. Lost monument servers. Probably pretty close to server controller. Oh, well. That has a monument search. Which supports yeah, I never went back and updated that very much. Do we need an ARC search? I mean, right now I'm just getting the entire list. So I needed server ID before. There simply is no filtering right now. Monument server. Live's gonna be a bit different. Yeah, that's just an all. I mean, this is a better base. Alright, arcs. Query all. We don't need to do any additional stuff right now. Now, I haven't figured out when I'm going to update this. Right now, it's going to be probably, let's see, so this is expired by the life data, which is the ranges are included in it. Servers. Map S max. Oh, yeah. Last modified, this is going to be arcs end. And we've got to deal with our presenter. Let's see, some monuments. Get fetched, it looks like a little bit before that. Maybe an hour before that. When arcs happen, could be any time. Having it be at least up to date with lives is mostly good, except that if the arc happens afterwards, you can then see the map that the lives were on. So if we set that one to an hour later, no, server's controller is still there. I guess I typoed something. Okay. All right, server presenter. Alright. I don't currently have a need to talk about arcs, I guess. That might be a useful thing to throw around, at least in a runtime sense. And then server ID. Oh, and those were timestamps. And seed, which should already be an int. Alright, let's get a separate console for the server. Which I guess could even be this one, because it got the nice and big. I'm going to start web. You want to go in 5,000, right? There's nothing there. Oh. Oh. What? I'd swear I'd rebooted this since we had the UI crash. Oh, but it didn't clear the PID file. Okay. Okay, I typoed something here. Yep. Six four six. I was thinking the 4-6 was changing. And my other ones. Actually, no, I didn't need you. Did they already have this open? No. Six four, yeah, okay. So I end up doing those in milliseconds just to take the precision. The 8-4. Okay, and that is really all we need. And then this can turn into a fetch so that we'll just have this automatically, well, daily update, and we'll see how it goes in terms of possibly doing hourly or whatever. So now I do need a new console for committing that. Okay, controller, presenter, route. Hmm. Okay, so that should set all our backend stuff up. So I've mostly been trying to manage data from the Elm side. And maybe I want to do some selection UI there at some point. What I do have to mind is that we can't insert these names up front. Well, one of the other things I have to deal with is there should just be an arcs. There should be some sort of it is not a extensible solution to add a base layer for every map. However, I also do not at present have a good method of selecting just a time for this. Uh-oh, what'd I break? Oh, just got it lagged out a little bit. One possibility is that we have the map respond to this in real time. Well, I'd really want to do this when stopping the drag. Although I guess it does respond to live data updates, so it wouldn't be that different. Right. Well, I can add them in here. They're just going to end up at the end of the list. And then come back to deal with the UI problem. Will this actually work to put this in asynchronously? Because this is going to have to be like a set timeout to simulate that. Which means all these things won't exist. If we did try to... Yeah, I think we're going to have to tell the layers control to add layers. You know, in addition to adding it here for convenience. Alright, so we're probably done with the Ruby stuff. I think it says more JSON. This is going to be kind of variable map layers. So we're probably going to have to go to layers control. Oh, a compare function. So I could do a very, very explicit form of that to fix that, but add base layer is what we're going to need to do. Once we have a layer control, not layers control, layers control dot add base layer oh wait, this is a big if. We should always do this. Okay, so they're out of order, but they still work. So that takes care of the asynchronous bit. So we should probably turn this into a function. Var should this take arcs plural? Or should I just do an iteration on the stuff I get and do add arc layer? Because then that just turns into that. Alright, so I can actually call that synchronously because we need the layers control to exist. Set view, current server, monument list. Base layer, current server, monument list. This is going to be kind of comparable to monument list. Message dot arcs dot for each on add arc and then I might need to there's going to be kind of a boot up thing. update.now. Okay. Then my leaflet interface has to have an arc list. Well, I can't actually do anything with you until I define data. So we have to be able to fetch this whole data. Life server arc so the server is going to be, so I guess actually arcs also matter. It's not just the layers, is it? Yeah, it's not gonna be happy with this. I'm running a compiler right now, but I need to figure out and seed. Hey, Agent, how's it going? Because I think I do need arcs for something still. Yeah, base layer by time needs the entire list. Doing pretty good. We got the data import going, but now I have to figure out how to make dynamic data work with this. I could assign time ranges to the layers themselves and then just go through the base layers, seeing if any of them meet the window. Because then when I create the layer, I can put the time range on it. I have done some import scripts to get the 1 life arc seeds and timestamps. So they should be able to automatically update in the future. And now I need to have the map actually use that data so I don't have to manually update it all the time. Now, I've been updating things once a day, and we'll have to see if that makes sense going forward. So do I want to keep the arcs around for this use case? I mean, maybe time-sensitive layers? Well, but those are base layers. We eventually want to do something else with that, so, No, no. The game is developed by Jason Rohrer. I just like to build stuff around it. Because the source code and the data is all available there, and I'm kind of a sucker for data. Yeah, Jason is on Twitch. He streamed making a sheep once, but that's about it. So that will just replace that. Okay. So we've got an arc definition. Now, in order to keep these, well, these are going to be POSIX, so there's no type confusion here. Although, hello, CounterN. How's it going? So this is currently returning seconds, which is compatible with the other timestamps that are in the database. The map has so far been using milliseconds because that's comparable with the JavaScript timestamps. Right now, I spent the earlier part of the stream doing a bunch of Ruby code to look at this list of files, pull out the start time, the seed value, and the last timestamp or time offset here. Pull that into a database so that I have a little web server that can return that. And now the map needs to use that so that I don't have to manually update this list of arc layers, or, well, map versions when things change. So now I'm more on the JavaScript side. So far I've been managing most of my data fetching in the Elm which does all this UI stuff. So that means I need to type for it. And it's just, I have this, the original life logs were published in second timestamps. But like the POSIX translates to milliseconds, JavaScript uses milliseconds. There's some sub-second precision in the map logs that wasn't in the life logs. So I sort of have this constant tension between how I represent my timestamps. So it's like for comparability with life logs, you would say seconds. For comparability with your runtime system, you would maybe say milliseconds. So this type here is fine, but in the JavaScript, I was doing millisecond start to avoid, to sort of tag that to myself that that's what it was. Now calling this millisecond start in Elm makes no sense. Maybe in the serialization, what I've been doing so far is using this format as my initial serialization, and this doesn't have milliseconds in it. So I might have to do some translation there, because this is actually second start. The server is Ruby on Rails. I might want to strip that down to at least rack, if not, try something else entirely. The map is based on leaflets. There's a lot of JavaScript to do all the custom rendering and integration. And there's some Elm for this UI sidebar and sort of top-level program management and like URL updating and things. So first we need to decode. Five servers, arcs. Okay, server arc. Server arc. Because I bootstrapped off of a very nice library called Leaflet, which takes care of all of the interactive elements of zooming and panning and managing tiles for tiled maps. They gave you the layers control. They gave you this thing. I'm using a library. And this takes a little bit to load. That lets me do the timeline. And I might want to rewrite that at some point to have more control over it. But basically, I was able to bootstrap off a lot of stuff at the beginning. There are some performance concerns. If I parse a lot of, like all this, I forget the numbers. There's a lot of these points. If I parsed this in Elm, it would be very painful. JSON decoding in JavaScript was a bit better. I haven't tried rendering in Elm. I understand there is some overhead there. Plus, I'd have to figure out, like, if it's a leaflet tile, do I do like one Elm per tile to have it create the canvas? And maybe something to experiment with sometime. But that time just didn't feel like now. It's more direct to integrate with the JavaScript library that way. And I was a little bit concerned about some of the performance for like per pixel rendering of the biome layers and all that stuff. Or even the dots. Okay, so that last search didn't work. Okay, so now that should not replace that case. There we go, we still have our capital arcs. Alright, so we have ID, server ID, start, and it's just start and end here. And seed is an int. And I guess I'm going to have to maybe not use that directly or have the JavaScript. Well, either I go back to using start and end time. I guess the JavaScript is the only place where that's a real concern. This we know, yeah, this timestamp's already doing that, so that kind of makes sense there. So I'm just going to have to do maybe some object translation on the JavaScript receiver side. And apparently I didn't have a case for all of the things in here. All right, S server arc. Actually, I've still got this from here. Server ID, server ID, start, and seed. And I don't even think I have an Elm compiler going yet. Yeah. Okay. Seed end. That would have to be here, right? Oh, hold data. Looks like crazy with the replace somewhere. Timestamp. End is a keyword, isn't it? Hmm. Yeah, I mean, there might be some efficiencies there. Oh no, this is actually the timestamp definition, and this is the encoder, the decoder, encoder. Why are you confused? Oh, because we copied a line and it doesn't work so well. Encode, because you have to import that. And I'm probably need that in the decoder as well. Okay, that can successfully compile. Ah. Yeah. I mean, I'll have to look at it to see if he's talking about doing low-level stuff or high-level stuff. I could definitely see doing the higher level logic there, but it wouldn't. I mean, like I'm running code per pixel on these biome maps. Or I'm doing a very, very large amount of dots. I've been a bit concerned about that, and I know I think I have actually seen issues with the JSON decoding. So in extremely high volume. Okay, so map UI. We need to fetch and we need to get arc list of arc, which you need. And then the model, I don't actually need this yet. I guess I don't really have any reason to save this yet. Oh, and error handling. This is actually closer to monument lists. Fetch arcs failed. Oh, this monuments was server ID though. Right now we're just fetching everything. We don't need a model update, because we're not saving it yet. So then that's going to handle the encoding. We've not requested this yet, though. Fetch monuments, fetch lineage, probably more like fetch servers right now. This URL arcs decode.arcs and we're going to get back an arc list. Do I have a myArc or a myLife? No, we were just using, yeah, lives we did custom. Monuments and such we did not. Fetch servers is a startup task. And that can be cached. And then our leaflet module any capital monuments here? Okay, you do not have a server ID currently. Kind arc list. Oh, monuments were a pass-through, weren't they? Where else? Where else do I encode? Do I encode data? Encode.lives. Okay. Switch to encode.arcs. Arcs. But we, okay, yeah. And you need that data type. Data.life. Okay, and then OHO data. Oh, map. Sign that, sign that, sign that. So, oh, this is where we have to do some data translation though. And then all of this. I'm gonna have to map these. Add arc layer. Might want to functionalize this. Naming is hard. So arcs equals arc data dot map. So this program is expecting a object with ms start. So arc dot start times 1000, a ms end, and a seed. And then you would actually deal with I guess if I did a temporary on this, then I could also do that. Oh, it's actually, that's why I keep completing that way, because I didn't do it there. Oh, but you don't necessarily have access to the map, do you? So what I'll probably end up with is an arc layer that's a container for the arcs, and then I'll have to figure out how to swap those in a sort of sub relationship. Bad status 404. Did the server even see that? Doesn't look like it did. What did we request? Oh, okay. I need this to be on the local server because we're doing things different from live now. Another thing that was open when Windows crashed on me. And I don't need that. I need arcdata.map is not a function. Okay, so what are we getting? Kind arcs. Oh, dot data. Because I'm doing it like the server messages. Oh, the names were assigned up here. So this cleanup still needs to get done. Although... Okay, we can do that, and this is something I sometimes use just for kind of checking on stuff. We don't have the object yet. Okay, so that's there. This is here. My life data is unfortunately going to be a little bit out of date on this server. And actually, there is some stuff I keep forgetting I wanted to kind of fix on this, but maybe we'll see some updates here. Yeah, actually, not. Let me cover some range. All right, so we've got this. I might not throw this out just yet, because I'm going to want to get the server updated. Well, I mean, as long as the server goes out and runs an update before this gets published, we're probably fine. I don't think I have to do anything necessarily before then. And then I do want, okay, so this is actually a sometimes. Okay, that's running something. That's running Reactor. It's family trees. Fetch arcs from server. All right, so one of the things we need to do is get a better management for this. We can have like an arc age. So that's our only base layer, and then I guess we'll have to send live updates about this time in order to be able to look at the different ones. And then I think time on the whole is going to need kind of a revamp in this application. All right, so it's going to get us down to here. Okay, that is a layer group. Possibly one we're going to have to refer to a little bit. Although I've just been being lazy and using base so far. So that gets that there. So when we add arc layer, we want to add these. I mean, there's not even going to have, actually names don't matter anymore. Okay. Oh, but I do use that to look them up. So either I have to record the layer in the arc, or I have to put sufficient properties on the layer to use it directly. So there's sort of two things. There is a collection of all possible arc layers. And there is one that is currently in the group that will be standing in for all of them. So that probably means that what we actually want to do is have this return a layer that gets stored in the arc list, and then elsewhere when we go through the arc list we will decide what to add and remove from the layers. Create arc layer. Oh, but that depends on this object. Well, all I'm really using is start and seed presently. We do have to do a little bit of recalculation here. Oops. Okay. Now, our buy time. Skipped over here. Then target layer is going to be ArcAge, and this is also where we have to do updating ArcAge. So for each arc, if it's in range, if that arc is not in range, so I could do a has check on the layer, but I presume that remove is going to do the same thing. Hopefully that has a duplicate check. So so it will either remove them all, which is not necessary if none of them match, but it'll bring us into line. If any of them match, we set the arc age. If that does, then we don't do this stuff. Although I guess an empty arc age is actually accurate here. It have the same effect as uncertainty. It just wouldn't be called uncertainty. Well, this is probably workable. You know, minus all the bugs we're going to have. Like that one. Arc.seed. So this depends on time. Now I guess if you've selected arc age, maybe arc age should always show something. And then we would just not select that if it wasn't appropriate. And we need to do a check. We don't need a whole lot of data, we just need to set our time. Okay, and that's our good old familiar map. We actually need to go to other servers to see the really old maps. Oh, we're already in Arctic Age. Okay. So that is the basic wrap of that. Now we need a way where you could just look at the map if you wanted to, without having to go get data points. Now, at some point, it might be nice to actually have a thing for specific arcs. Like you might have a very small arc that would be hard to pick up in a time slider. And certainly it might at times be useful for me to have that for generation debugging, but it's just not going to scale. I guess one thing I should check, because I am calling add and remove every time. Let's get back to some current data. Oh, this is only 1 hour. I need something more like our original value. And it only has to be like that. Okay, I'm not seeing any big flashing indicating that we're doing anything really expensive the rest of the time. And that's committed. So I need to send live updates about this so that we can set our base map. That is going to have to be an interface. So we've got a thing that sends our current server. So we're going to have a timestamp of... I'm going to have to see if that's correct. Or how I am managing that timestamp for those controls. I mean, it's Elm, so it's probably a POSIX. But I just don't have this in code right now. In our state model, we have an end time. So the awkward thing is that we're selecting an end time, but when we get data, we actually go to the start of that. Right. And of course, end time updates end time. So we'd really want to do end time, which is a POSIX. Which means, what does that mean? So everything else we talked to this about is a second value, even though JavaScript's just going to want it in a millisecond again. But we have to do some kind of encode on it, and the POSIX to millis. Current time as an encode dot timestamp. All right, now I will pay attention to, oh, no complaints yet. So map UI, when we update end time, course end time and end time command dot none. Leaflet dot current time. Oh, I guess the hours before, in a sense, also affects. If you did, I have to calculate the start time constantly, so that this whole thing needs a redo. But and then the map needs to respond to that. Actually, I know I had it above, didn't I? message dot time unknown message current time current time unknown message current time. Is that a problem, or are you just not compiled yet? That's actually not enough range. That's straight into uncertainty. Well, that's like in the uncertainty period. Oh, is this not precise enough? For some of them, maybe. And then we have the uncertainty period and the old map. Yeah, I might want some kind of better control for this. Like, actually, a arc is exactly the kind of thing you would want to select as your end time and your range. Okay, well, we have something going on here. So I guess for arcs, we do another slider. Except you have to have like a state for that that's no arc. Oh, maybe server now arc? It's going to be a UI problem. But it actually takes out all this stuff. Do I currently have my shared stuff in view? Yep, from now. And hopefully we don't have any like week-long arcs. So from now has no UI, that has that UI. So the awkward thing is that we don't currently have this as being a controlled thing. Okay, so there's date range select. I think what I'm going to need to do... Well, I guess there's find and course. So those should probably be... I was thinking individual sliders because they get really kind of big. And I don't know where else I would use them. I kind of take all this stuff, and then it would be easier. Well, is their own custom column for server range. Just do another column. That should be fine. Yep. Because from now still gets a before. Arc doesn't really, I mean, maybe it'd be nice to display the end times. So if we pull this stuff out, that's one, well, we can fix that. Date range, select. End time select would be a model element message, except we don't have a model defined here. All right, server range. End time select model. Oh, this is already called end time select. Well, this is going to be like a time range select now. So it's already called date range select. Right? Naming is hard. Date range select. Wait. End time select. Log slider. That's date range select. Oh, date range select is the parent of that. This is the time before. So this is already that big parent thing. This is supposed to be that one little box. Where end time was none or that. So date range select is our parent. So we need to pull this out. Oh, all the end time selects are getting to me. As the time before select. This is original list, so that kind of slightly different indent rules. Did I leave that in there? I did not. Date range select. So now this entire thing depends on what this was doing. So that essentially becomes date range select. And from now is a time before server range is an end time select time before and arc range, let's none that out for now. Okay, we've got one end time select, we've got that. Hours text. All right, we probably lost a, yeah, we had originally lost a bracket. And I probably need to deal with that range setting somewhere else in the main module. Data layer depends on this. Sure, that fills that in nicely. Fetch data for time. Once again, we can so I guess I could actually store the data in the selection. Oh, yeah, because that is not expressible as hours before. So either I have to have a field for current arc, or I have to be doing a thing where I like match and get it from. It's like server range, end time, which would actually have to be course end time, hours before. From now would have to have hours before. Oh. Okay, that gets used later. Fetch data layer. I probably maybe I should have an arc parameter for the server. It'd be convenient, but not necessary. But this is going to need like a POSIX. Oh. Well, period is going to have to be done in seconds. The way we're, or even milliseconds. Well, we can get close as is. Okay. Have we hit all of our case statements? We have hit all of our case statements. And we have to figure out some UI stuff here. We have to like add a UI for this. Oh, and my model actually needs to keep the arcs. We have servers, remote data, list arc, arcs, fetch servers, fetch arcs, servers, data, server list. Oh, okay. So yeah, I know we have to deal with a couple of things here. Nope, I removed it already. Errors. Okay, so that we can store that. In our view, when we do arc range, we want to go look at, and I didn't do a slider for server, but there are a small number of named things. Arcs don't really have names, just have times. So if we take something like this, this does not need to be a log slider, which I think is just... So it's all these attributes, update, update, update. I may have streamlined some things here, but it will complain if we don't set that right. What was my pattern here? Yeah. That's a server value, but that's a button. This is... We're gonna have to see how that works. Okay, round. We're going to have to put that through a indexing function of some sort? Or maybe we just send the integer and deal with it on the other end. Oh, wait, time before. What was this called? Hours before. Oh. Okay. Label above. We probably want to do, like... I guess it's really just... text arc. Min and max depends on... the number of arcs. So a game you can only really do this if we have data. Case model dot arcs of and probably to put it in here for sharing. Currently, yes. Oh, I do have a thing. Well, there's your server select, same idea. And then the show errors. Arcs select. And I probably might not need an entire model here. Value. We need a current arc, which is either and we have to do like looks.index of. Because if I have the current arc, then I could do more intelligent things with the title or the otherwise space of it. All right, so what does log slider use? Input.slider. Servers variable, arc select. Argument, label max min, on change, step, thumb, value, float, input thumb, maybe float, float message, float, min int. Really? Oh, because I was doing the to float in my little helper. Oh no, it's max. Actually, max. So you're fine. That returns a typed value. Label has to be an input label. Ah, that's what I actually had there. Label evolve. Sure did the error fast. And we have to handle the message. It needs a... Oh, actually, we did have IDs, didn't we? But really, I need to find a thing in a list. Okay, that will give me a visual, but I can't do anything with it. Wait. What? Oh, I probably haven't called this function yet. Yep. I won't do anything because we don't actually have a state to put that into. We have a current server. We don't actually have a concept of current time. So where is hours before, course time, end time, hours before? The state, we have to figure it out sometime. So it should probably, well, it has to be a maybe arc if it's not an integer. All right, so when we set arcs equals data, and then a nice thing about this is that this is list head is also a maybe. Type checks. In the view, current value, can we do that? Or do we have to keep it as an index just to have it? Whether head, tail, tag, partition, is there no index of? Well, I might need an array for that. Yeah, you cannot get an index of a list. Well, I mean, you could like do an indexed map. And then a filter, and then throw out the value. If I'm going to care about indexes, but we still don't have an index of. What do I do with you? Well, I guess we brute force it for now. I guess the array get is still useful for translating an index back. So, model.args list.indexed indexed map takes a function which gets the int and the value. And tuples them, so we have the index. I need to filter on the value while having the indexed. There's like a filter map, but that's not indexed. I guess filter map is actually can sort of do a double duty here. So this gets an IA, and if A equals, I forget if Elm needs parentheses. Now that's a maybe, so this has to be a, if just A, then return just I, else that's going, it's a possibly empty list. So we have to take list.head and maybe dot with default 0. And to float. Maybe. Oh, it's a remote data, but we should have the list. We don't do anything with the value yet. Select arc index. So now we have to do index map IA or let's see if there was a method list in the sidebar. Create a set of numbers. Do we have take and drop? All right, so if we get index 0, Oh, well, this once again depends on remote data. So this entire thing can do nothing. So it's 6 to 1, half dozen the other, where we do something. We do have to return a value, though. Case model.arcs of and this really is we only care about the data case. No, that's be it. Oh, but now now that we have a list, we can list.drop. If it's 0, we drop 0. And then that's a maybe. Okay, so it needs to be length minus 1. If we're going to do 0 base. Did that not load? Okay. Now it would be nice update the title with if we have a current arc. Oh, do I have any date display stuff? Well, yeah, a little bit. Date to string. Model dot current arc. Maybe dot map. Dot start. Maybe dot map date. I guess I could do start date. And we put a parenthesis in here. Argument is POSIX string. It expects maybe string. Okay, so maybe you can't do this. Okay, so what was that date function again? Oh, time.zone. Makes that not quite as clean. Of course, I did call this end time, so I guess this should really be the end of the arc. Okay, so if we take that and we tell fetch data for time, selected server, which is going to be the arc server. Arc end time. Yeah. But this thing is formatted wrong. So what we're going to get is a sad thing is, length is actually one of my original fields. I was like, oh, we just need the end time, right? Uh, 5,000. Past 2 days. I think we need like T did hours. Now, if this is probably from end of time. So let's do 36 for a test. 3,600 seconds. I don't have a length of my array here. 186. Seems reasonable. And what was the standard? It was like ISO. Live search, for instance. 8601. Durations. Hour, minute, second is indeed as far as it goes. So I could certainly translate hour into seconds. Just be a little bit more awkward. Or I could translate hours before into, well, period is a little bit of a different thing than just saying POSIX. If there was no end time. There is an end time. So probably... Where else does fetch up 2 come from? Oh, but we have to get the current time. Okay. Time, model.hours before. So that's for that. And then you're doing fetch data layer. Fetch data layer. So they're both fetch data layer. Fetch up 2 is always hours before. Play relative to. Oh, I guess your playtime. So this could actually be our like start time function for hours before. Where's a good place to stick that? Well, actually, how about we grab the code? Oh, except the parameter is not a POSIX time. It is, I guess, seconds. So it's not really a start time we're passing. Maybe I should have a start time. We're going to do a server update anyway. Otherwise, we're going into quite the convolutions here. So period. Last minus period. End time. All right, we'll have to look at the possible UI implications of this later. But this is probably going to be useful. If period, if end time. If period, then this is like actually setting a start time if we don't have one. If params period. So we use this anywhere else? No. If period is specified, if period is not specified, then we don't end up setting start time. Oh, this is still, last is still a little local variable. And start time is last minus u. And then period is not a variable at this level. And we have if end time SQL.birth time greater than start time now the question is, what is a valid start time? It was 10 digits? Of course, it was like 6, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's probably too much data, but it does have an ultimate limit. If we did, yeah, I don't even know if that's a valid range. I think it's still crunching on that. But it definitely did not complain. So on the UI side, hours before, where we specify it, is always relative to an end time. So this can be transformed into start time okay, and then U, it's going to be our end time. So we have a time and we have an hours before. So we're going to want to have a function well, do we need to do this twice? Modeled at end time, modeled at hours before. Yeah, kinda. Is a POSIX and an int and gives us a POSIX. So this is where we do something like begin playback. It's the timestamp. And we're doing a bunch of conversion back and forth to milliseconds. It's a lot, but okay. Okay, so hours before, fetch up to relative start time, time, relative start time, model at hours before, relative start time, model dot end time. And I still haven't going to implement anything for arc range. All right, so this affects all of our queries. So let's just try and from server end, sure. Fetch data failed, bad status 500. Timestamp without time zone numeric. Get live server ID period. Past 1 hour. Maybe I missed it. I wasn't really watching. There's probably a bunch of changes here. Nope, detect error. Model.hours before. Oh. Nope, no, that was fine. That shouldn't have been an error, though. And period equals PT. Oh. What the heck? Too many windows. Oh, last minus last. We got a little bit too much extra there. That probably turned it into like a time difference or something. Okay. Got that. Now compiler. Detected error. Relative start time. It's POSIX int POSIX. Oh. So this has to be model, or this has to be time. What the heck happened here? I must hit some crazy keys. Oh, completed. Okay. Oh. That's a bit more than 1 hour. So what the heck are we getting here? Or actually, what are we sending? Start time, end time. 156464280, 156464640. How about we just have you print because I think these are time objects, or should be objects. What kind of range do you think that is? I only see one of these. where birth time and I messed up start time somehow. Also, let's make sure that I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing. End time only. Param start time. Typo. Oh, so I did a start time. It actually was an end time. But returned a bunch of results. Okay, so 1 hour before the end of time. Makes perfect sense. Something else. This is going to be old enough to be somewhere else. Oh, that's not updating Rift. Minor fix there. All right, so now we can actually implement arc range. Selected server. Even though arcs are only relevant to a server. Actually, this is not. Actually, yeah. This all depends on. Do we even have a current arc? Otherwise, it's going to have to be a command none. I need to get the arc value anyway. I guess I could have a function that just gets an arc, but... so this is going to be arc.server ID, which we'll have to think about that when we, which is not a maybe. Possibly have arcs on other servers. This is not a relative start time. This is arc.start and arc.end. Model.api URL. Oop. That does. Okay, so by the time we had arc data, initially it was just rifts. Now, one thing I might need to do is when I change arcs, I need to update my time. And then send that update so you can see the maps going here. But that's... seems to be doing something there. Alright, so we've got... data server. Just still printing stuff. Life, start time, parameter. And nope, that's the reactor. Too many windows. Oh, and this is still, this is like kind of awful. Like really awful. End time. Enable left. Above. Doesn't look quite as good. I also don't know why one thing is indented. All right, so when we get a select arc, we want to also update current arc equals arc. Let's get turned to a bunch of stuff. Course end time to arc dot end, and just to keep the model consistent here, and when we update select end time, select end time mode, view.end time, I guess for consistency with how the other thing operates, we should continue doing end time on this. And we just have to check how the map responds to that particular value, which means I'd have to have the arcs, all right, memorized. Well, if it's the same as the data we fetch. Oh, you're a maybe. So after all that, we have to do a case arc of maybe arc does all this stuff. Nothing. Does nothing. Well, no, it doesn't do nothing. It does what used to be here. Could not find an arc variable. Oh, this is maybe arc. I guess technically I'm like rebuilding an object here. Pardon? I mean, it's clearly changing, because this wouldn't update at all if it wasn't. But I might be landing in the window between arcs. How about that? I mean, I might still be landing in the window. It depends on how your range check works. Okay. So we're like just missing it from the looks of things. If MS... And maybe there should even be, since it's milliseconds, there should be some slack on there. Now what we really want to do... not you. Which, if it has millisecond accuracy, will that work? And we should almost... Okay, that's just rendering. Let's do an initial one when we change mode. But that's actually going to be kind of a pain in the butt, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't do anything right now. I'd kind of want to start extracting that into a function. Right now it's very easy to say, oh, well, just do this. Because we've got the time right there. But essentially, you'd want to do something that's like, based on our mode, figure out the time, and then send it. Which, by itself, wouldn't necessarily update the other end time fields, because it would just be a command. And worry about that leaving some state inconsistency. Oh, but when we change end time mode, well, something is clamping somewhere. I'm actually wondering if we should leave 2 days before alone in this version. or as the lower field because it's going to have visual consistency. All right, well, we've got update by dragging, and it might be as far as we can go right now. And this should be a very quick fix. Yeah, so this isn't really end time anymore. This is time range based. Okay, these at least say end. You know what? This is going to be a relatively smaller one. It would be fabulous. I don't really have space for both timestamps. Unfortunately, that's trickier than it looks. Because it's always a maybe. So we just can't use this format. Yashi map maybe. If it's there. If it's there, then we have to do a column. No, a text element. This could be some other kind of element. Or do we just do a case here? If it's there, then we need a little bit of this kind of stuff. Then we need arc dot start. And you're a text. I almost want to say label below on this one. Okay. So we swapped those. And by time, rift layer by time is what we're looking for. Now, unfortunately, I'm not sure any of the arcs actually vary in that way. Let me guess, that doesn't require a map argument. Yep. Oh, but this can vary over everything. Oh, but my position's moved. So there you can see a rather rapid change in rift sizes in the beginning. Also update rift size from time selection. All right, well that was entirely too late, but this will actually be pretty cool. I wish it would initialize that bit, but I mean, as long as you search, that's time before. It should still update itself. Okay. Alright, I would like to eat lunch now. I will be back to actually play this game in a little bit. Probably an hour or two-ish. Meanwhile, thanks for watching. And to everybody who hosted me. Alright, this is about when I tend to be on. Work in the morning, gaming in the afternoons. I guess we'll go for some code. I see somebody doing some React Native stuff. Now I did notice some, I guess this is Martin. I did notice some swearing there last time, so just be advised if you mind that. Otherwise, find someplace cool to hang out. Someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.